Alright, hello everybody. Welcome to another stream. When have I ever done 2 weekday streams in a row? You know the addiction is getting problematic. Oh boy. Well, let's have some fun. Let me finish out some of these contracts here. Again, I'm working towards this thing here. This double ammo mold. That's going to be for a quest between a rock. So I can get a rune pickaxe as a reward. So I can efficiently do more Guardians of the Rift, so I can replenish my Law Rune stock, since I cannot simply buy them at a shop as a no-shop Ironman. I need an ammo mold to do that quest, and to stick with the no-shop rule, I'm going to get it as a reward here, so that's kind of what I'm working on. Sorry if you've heard that a million times before, but just trying to make sure everybody's on the same page. Wonder if I already have a contract here. It looks like I do. Hey Taryn, welcome. Just starting the stream. Gonna need to make more iron bars here after this run. Gonna be doing some agility pyramid once I'm done with this, by the way. That's why I have the thumbnail and the title set as such. I think it'll compromise a majority of the stream once I finish this. I think this portion will probably take me maybe an hour and a half or so to get all the points I need. And for those of you who do care, I packed up my computer today to ship back to the manufacturer, so that's where we are in that process. I still have to wait on them. Oh wait, oh no, I wasn't paying attention. I'm an idiot. I'm so angry with myself. Rambling about my computer and I damaged my weapon. Yeah, so the PC process has been quite annoying because it's taken weeks for them to ship me the stuff to pack the computer in. So, I mean, it's been like a month actually. And finally I have it packed up and I can't even ship it out yet because they're like, pack it up, send us a picture of it packed up, and then we'll give you instructions on how to ship it back to us. So the ball is back on their court. They have to send me instructions now, and hopefully a prepaid shipping label is what I'm hoping for. Can't believe I damaged my sword. Forgot you actually have to pay a bit of attention in this minigame. You can't just ramble and forget about it. It is a cool minigame. I do enjoy it. Karen, it is Origin PC. When I got it, I felt comfortable paying a premium to just have somebody deal with it and me not have to build it myself. just so it would be done right and I wouldn't have to worry about anything. But less than a year in, catastrophic failures. At least they're honoring the warranty and they are going to try to take a look at it. Yeah, I don't know if you saw my update video of when it first happened a few weeks ago, but I actually have pretty good understanding of how computers work, so I did a lot of very in-depth troubleshooting, and I could not figure out what's wrong with it. So to me, I am beginning to think that it is I do think it's a motherboard issue, which is the one thing I cannot specifically test or diagnose on my own, so it's what I think is going on just by process of elimination. I don't know if you're being sarcastic with that one. That's literally the component that's the most difficult to replace. At least I think anyway, right? Like if it's your video card, you just take it out, you put another one in. If it's your RAM, you take it out, you put another one in. Even if it's the CPU, you take it out and put another one in. If it's the motherboard though, you got to take the whole thing apart, remove every single component, and essentially like rebuild the computer. I mean, it's not hard to replace the motherboard, right? It's not like a difficult thing, but just comparatively speaking, right? Out of any component in a computer to replace, the motherboard is the most difficult, I think. The problem also is that I have a liquid cooling setup, so there's a whole like liquid loop in there that you have to account for. But you're right, that is good practice to open up your case annually and replace some thermal paste if needed, do all that kind of stuff. I totally forgot I need to make more iron stuff. Get all these. Grab a staff. Do a few inventories worth of this. Might as well get some magic experience, right? I have some rings of forging. I could do this at a forge, but it's free magic experience. It's a lot of clicking though. Get magic experience in exchange for some arthritis. Seems like a fair trade. Akatsuki, that's going to be the second half of the stream, and probably the majority of the stream. Still working on 2,000 points here to get the ammo mold so I can do the Between a Rock quest, and then as soon as I'm done with that, we will begin the agility pyramid. But that's fair, that's fair. I clickbaited you. I deserved a downvote. Yeah, this agility pyramid's good for Ironman Gold. I'm sure there are much better ways to make money, but as like an early game Ironman, it's pretty good. Fishing trawler was a pain. I went dry on fishing trawler. It took me a lot of rounds to get the full outfit, way past what was statistically predicted. But yeah, by the end of it, I was very much over it. I did not enjoy doing fishing trawler. And the bad news is that one day in the very distant future, I'll have to go back there if I want the heron pet. I'm gonna go for checklist stuff. If I recall, my fishing trawler experience was I got like one piece of the outfit and then I went dry and I got nothing for like dozens of rounds or however many it was. And then finally I got all the rest very quickly after each other. Are you planning to go do a Tempros grind after you get your fishing outfit? Oh, you've been doing it. Fair. I mean, if you have to do fishing trawler anyway, right? It's kind of worth it to do it before Tempros, if you can. Just for that extra bit of fishing. And then if you can convert it to the Spirit Angler outfit, then you can save another inventory slot on the rope. Totally worth it. Yeah, I think once I go back to Tempros, I'm going to be doing solo runs instead of group. I think it's worth it. Just have to be careful to not let the fires get out of control. Right, we're about to get a magic level here. That's exciting. You know, I got really turned on by the magic whenever I was farming for my rune scimitar by safe spotting the Zamrock warrior with magic spells. I was hitting like 14s, 15s. Forgot how good magic is. I don't know if I would call it hard to do solo. You just have to pay attention for sure. You can't let your concentration lapse or else the fires start consuming everything. I did a bunch of solo runs and it was fine as long as I was in the groove and paying attention, but the moment I tried to like read chat for a second too long or something, I started burning out. Honestly, Terran, I haven't found magic expensive. I did like 2 Guardians of the Rift stream, what seems like a year ago. So maybe like 6 hours worth of Guardians of the Rift, and the runes have lasted me all the way until now. I just now am about to run out of law runes and have to go back. So, I don't know, I found that I was just able to stockpile a ridiculous amount of runes just doing a little bit of Guardians of the Rift. Yeah, you definitely should. I mean, yeah, I mean, I've used up most of my good ones. Like, I've used up a lot of my cosmics to enchant jewelry. Obviously, I've used all my law runes. That's the whole purpose I'm doing this. But otherwise, look at all these runes. It's just like an infinite supply. All these nature runes I'm using, all these chaos, and then my death rune stack was a lot larger, but I used most of it when I was farming the Zamorak warrior. I went a little bit dry on that, so I used most of my death runes casting spells on it. But I mean, this is just a few hours worth of Guardians of the Rift, and I had runes that lasted me until now, like I said. Almost a year's worth. Yeah, I did get the Tome of Fire for my Wintertod grind. I did not get the pet, and I did not get the Dragon Axe, but I got the third best thing. You got 2 tomes. It's kind of frustrating. I guess you can trade the second one in for pages, right? Oh, Taryn, you're I forgot to associate you with the person on Discord, because you posted that on Discord about your dragon harpoon. It's kind of hard to keep you guys straight between platforms because it's kind of weird. Like on the streams, your name will show up as something, and then I've seen it to where if you comment on a video, your name shows up as something else. Not you specifically, but I can think of one viewer specifically who's a channel member. Whenever he chats in stream, his name shows up different than when he comments on a video, and then he has his other name on Discord. So it's like for every person, I have to memorize like 3 names. Yeah, I guess you can. It just makes it confusing for I guess for the creator to keep everyone straight. And then you have Muffin, who was in here last night, who has like multiple YouTube accounts, and it seems like every stream I do, he comes on a different account. Dragon Spear after 8 kills is insane, though. That's pretty crazy. It's almost demoralizing, right? Because if you're at 8 kill count and you already got a Dragon Spear, you're almost at the point where it's like, well, it can only go downhill from here. I did get pretty lucky on Tempros, though. I got the pet, obviously, and I got a fish barrel already. And do I have a water tome? I don't know if I got the Tome of Water. Let me see. No, I have a bunch of pages, but no tome. So I still need the Tome of Water and the Dragon Spear. Hey Edwin, welcome in. I do plan on doing Agility Pyramid on the second half of the stream. I think it's going to compose a majority of the stream today, so that's why I set it up like that. And my viewers have been pushing me to be very clickbaity with my titles for streams, at least. So, I'm trying to take their advice. But yeah, I did kind of try to reference Ancient Aliens. There seems to be such a trend today about like aliens and ancient alien technology. It seems like every podcast in the world is just having guests on about aliens. very much in the... It's very much the meta right now. Aliens. I am trying to channel the aliens to give me a squirrel pet when I go to Agility Pyramid. Hey, Ferrari. The account is going well. I am very much addicted to the game, which is a bit of a problem, because there's so much stuff I want to do in my life. Forget life. Just my gaming channel in general, there's so much stuff I want to do with it, and I feel like all I do nowadays is play and stream RuneScape. So it's going good in that sense, that I'm having a ridiculous amount of fun with it. I believe you when you say about the box thing for superheat, but I'm just not going to bother because I'm just very quickly smelting down a few things here just to get enough bars to finish out my foundry. I know I said this in the beginning of the stream, but for all the people that joined in, the reason I'm doing this is because... Alright, let me start at the beginning. The overall goal right now is to get more law runes. I am a no-shop Ironman, meaning... On top of the Ironman rules, I do not allow myself to use shops, so I can't just go buy law runes. So one of the only ways I can get them is to do Guardians of the Rift. You can get pretty decent amount of law runes there. Now, I figured, before I go do another grind of Guardians of the Rift, let me get a rune pickaxe. And again, as a no-shop Ironman, I can't just buy one. So there is a quest called Between a Rock, in which the reward is a rune pickaxe. However, in order for me to do that, I need an ammo mold. And again, for the third time, as a no-shop Ironman, I can't just buy an ammo mold, since I can get one as a reward here at Giant's Foundry for 2,000 reputation. So I'm trying to get 2,000 reputation quickly so I could get that as a reward, so I could do Between a Rock, so I can get a rune pickaxe, so I can more efficiently grind Guardians of the Rift, so I can get more law runes, so I can teleport myself around Gillinor to continue my adventures. And I feel like that kind of summarizes the story of RuneScape, right? You want to do one thing, and there's 112 steps to get there. Alright, so I think I'm ready to continue finally. Hopefully I have enough bars to finish out the reputation. I think we should be good. Yeah, Ferrari, honestly, it has not been horrible. The no shop rule. There have been a few things that definitely made for some interesting grinds, but so far it hasn't been horrendous, and I do allow myself a few exceptions. So for example, if I need an item that for a quest and there's no other way to get that item, I'll buy that item for the quest. So you may argue, you know, why don't you just buy the ammo mold if you need it for a quest? Well, if I can get it anywhere else besides the shop, I will. So, yeah, 2,000 reputation, and I can get the ammo mold here. I'm at 841. Shouldn't take too long. I'm thinking like another hour or something. And then I can go do Agility Pyramid. I'm trying to think as to what my craziest grind has been specifically because of the no shop rule. And I really can't think of a really bad one. I mean, I had to get like an Eye of Newt for Witch's Potion. And I think I was killing monsters that had like a 1 in 128 drop rate for it. But I got spoon-fed. I think it only took me like 30 kills or something to get it. I'm sure there are going to be a few things in the future that are going to be pretty bad. Trident recharges. See, I'm too much of a noob in that game to even know what that means. I am not that advanced. But I'll take your word for it. Whenever I need whatever a Trident recharge is, I'm sure it'll be bad. Oh my god, I overshot. Yeah, we were just talking about stockpiling runes with these rules, but I honestly thought that grinding Guardians of the Rift for just a few hours gave me a big stockpile of runes, so I really don't see runes being a big issue. But I have not fully started utilizing magic yet, right? So it's not like I've been using a ton of runes. My main use for runes has been the law runes to teleport around. I haven't really done any magic combat. Really, the only magic combat I've done is killing Zamorak warriors to get a rune scimitar. I used a pretty good chunk of death runes for that. Something that's been pretty annoying is vials for potion. So you can't just buy vials, you have to go and actually make them yourself, which is a bit of a pain. It's not catastrophic, but it is kind of annoying. So ideally in this mini game, you wouldn't rush the ammo mold, right? You would unlock all of these casts first because they'll allow you to make better weapons. But again, since my whole goal is to just kind of rush to get the quest done, to get the rune pickaxe, I'm just going to rush the ammo mold. I've already previously bought like 3 of these, so it's not the end of the world. I do not crush the vials. I think you have to do something to even be able to do that, right? Jonathan, you went the mold first. That's fair. I mean, it honestly does not take that long to get points here. If I'm being fully honest, it goes by pretty quick. So it's not like the end of the world. It just makes sense that if you want to unlock absolutely everything here, it's better to just start with the casts if you're going to unlock them anyway. Barbarian training. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did barbarian training for smashing the plant pots after you plant a tree, which I kind of regret since I could reuse those. But I'm sure there's a way to turn it off. I just haven't looked at it yet. Yeah, I don't think my herb lore was high enough to do that part of barbarian training for smashing the vials. Yeah, the plant pots aren't that bad either, Ferrari. I actually have a bunch of them in my bank that I already made. I think, is it the sapphire bracelet? Some sort of bracelet that I made. Allows you to mine clay that's already soft, so you don't have to wet it. So I did a bunch of that, and then it's just a matter of firing them up. So I have a pretty good little stockpile of plant pots already. Normally, I would be doing farm runs, but since I'm out of law runes, I'm not doing that. I also need to make more ultra compost, essentially out of that. I hate how the bonus thing for this minigame is always when you're at the very edge of the temperature. I feel like that happens every time. It's like every time I get the bonus thing, I can't continue doing the activity or I'm gonna change the temperature. I am super stoked to go do Agility Pyramid once I'm done with this, for one reason only, and that is I did a clue scroll and I got a bunch of Narda teleports, so I can teleport directly to Narda. That's so nice. Instead of having to use like a Lumbridge teleport, go through the gate to Al-Kharid, go through the Shanty Pass, take a carpet to Polnovich, take another carpet to Narda. So annoying. Now I can just teleport directly there.
We travel swiftly. We will aid you as best we may.
Alright. Thank you, whoever that was. Blocksman. There you go, I pulled it up. Thank you for subscribing, appreciate it. Although, while I was trying to pull that up to see who it was, my temperature went down. Yeah, Ferrari, that is in my very near to-do, is doing Fairy Tale. Again, once I do that whole pathway I described to you to get more law runes, that's going to allow me to teleport around, and then I can get back to doing some quests and stuff like that. Also, Terran, I would not complain about spending 30k GP on tar for fishing trawler. And the reason I say that is, I wish I could have done that. But as the no shop rule implies, I cannot buy the tar. So I actually went out to Lumbridge Swamp and I was collecting tar for a very long time. And then I had to cook them all, right? You have to, like, process them first. Yeah, you just collect raw swamp tar or paste or something at the swamp, and then I think you have to cook them. I forgot exactly. It's been a while since I made them. Jonathan, it depends what you mean by current goal. So I guess the meta goal right now, like the big overarching goal for the account right now is to do every single quest. So that's kind of what I'm slowly working towards, and of course there are a bunch of tasks along the way. So the more immediate tasks, I don't know when you came into the stream, so I apologize to people who have heard this 17 times by now, but I am working on getting the double ammo mold here so I can go do a quest called Between a Rock, so I could get a rune pickaxe so I can more efficiently do some Guardians of the Rift grinding so I can restock my law runes. So my restrictions are, besides just the normal Ironman stuff of not being able to trade, I have a self-imposed rules that I cannot use any shop, so I cannot buy items at a shop. And I have yet to like write down everything so people can actually read the exact rules, because there are like a few exceptions here or there. Still need to do that, but in general, exchanging gold for an item with any NPC is prohibited. An exception would be, of course, if there's an item that you absolutely 100% cannot get any other way and it's required for a quest. That's an exception, stuff like that. I've also made the exception for skill capes, so if I get a level 99, I can buy the cape, for example. Minor exceptions like that. I don't have a main account. This is like my only account, so the restriction is not to, as the name implies, restrict my gameplay or lock me out of any content. It's more just to kind of make things a little bit more challenging and interesting. The main content for the series you can find under my playlist. If you go to my channel and you do the Old School RuneScape playlist, you'll have actual episodes, and they'll be titled as such. And then you'll have these streams in between episodes where it's less structured. I'm just kind of goofing around, but... Oh, I damaged my sword. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm not paying attention. Ah, what a mess. What am I doing? I'm screwing it up again. I'm using the wrong machine. Oh my god, what a disaster. Absolute disaster. This has been a horrendous commission. It was gonna give me a good amount of points too, but look at that, I damaged it almost halfway. Thank you. Yeah, the smithing levels go by pretty quick here. Talk to the vampire here. Free lamp experience. I always struggle with deciding what to drop the experience on. I was dunking it all on Herblore, but I feel like I have a decent start on Herblore now, so I'm not that desperate for Herblore experience anymore. I'm thinking about just putting all these lamps into prayer. I think prayer is pretty tricky as a no-shop. Plus, I need to unlock my overhead prayers as soon as possible. That will allow me to more safely do a bunch of quests. Nope, I need to dunk it more. I always get screwed up on the yellow because if you get it too far to the left, by the time you run back to the little machine, it will have cooled off enough to push you away from it. I need to be mindful of that. Wait a minute, I'm cooling, not heating. What am I doing? How are we doing here? 1100 out of 2000. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right, let me put this into prayer. Forgot to set up the mold. This is gonna be a good one. think that was my best commission yet. By the way, it says that I get gold, right? Every time I hand in a commission. Where does that gold go? Is it going directly into my bank? 'Cause I haven't seen any. Or maybe I'm just going crazy, I don't know. Okay, it does go directly to the bank. Good to know. Starting to get a little worried that I might not have enough bars to finish this. Need 800 points. I'm actually not working on smithing. The smithing is just a byproduct. I am working on the 2000 reputation here so that I can get that ammo mold. The reason I want that ammo mold is to be able to do the Between a Rock quest, which requires an ammo mold. I want to do that quest so I can get a rune pickaxe. So Tyrion, you get the pickaxe as a reward for that quest. The Between a Rock quest. But yeah, one of the requirements for that quest is to make a golden cannonball, so you need a ammo mold to do that. Normally, you would just buy one from the dwarf cannon guy. But again, with my no shop restriction, there's another way for me to get the ammo mold without having to trade coins for it, which is over here, so that's why I'm going through the trouble. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting a little paranoid. I'm at 12:58. I think I'm gonna run out of bars, which would really annoy me. I don't want to have to go mine coal. I just don't. Yeah, not good, not good. So I have enough for 5 more rounds. I think I'm screwed. Alright, 57 smithing. Byproduct, but it's nice. What was my last point count? It was 1200 something. So I'm getting like probably about 100. Yeah, this is not good. I think I'm screwed. I don't think I'll get to 2000. Unless I get super lucky with the commissions and I get like some really high point ones. Like this is a pretty decent one. That's 22 and 24 total. 46. That's pretty good. What's up, Muffin? Wait, so your mom took away your electronics because you missed a bus? Did I understand that right? Or did you get in trouble at school, get your electronics taken away there, and you were trying to resolve the issue, and that caused you to miss the bus? Clearly, though, you have a stealth electronic hidden somewhere, or else you wouldn't be able to be on here chatting right now. You have fooled your mother. Okay, so I was at 1334, and now I'm at 1416, so that's not good. That's what, like 82 points? 82 points, and I think I have like 4 more rounds left. Enough bars for 4 more. Why'd you miss the bus? Were you flirting with all the ladies? Got distracted? Alright, team. It looks like I'm gonna have to mine some coal to finish this. So, I need your help. What's a good, efficient place to go mine and bank coal at? That I have access to. It can't be some crazy place that I do not have access to. Tell Mama Muffin I said hello. Motherlode mine. I have not been out that way yet. Don't you get random ore there? It's random, right? Like you can get an assortment of things. I thought about doing Motherlode mine because I did spend a few hours mining iron ore to make all the bars for this. And I thought about just doing Motherlode since, you know, I gotta do that eventually anyway. But then I figured, you know what? With a steel pickaxe, I'm just gonna wait until I get my rune pickaxe to hit up Motherlode mine. What would be your second go-to spot if not Motherlode mine? I'm trying to remember where I used to go mine coal at as a kid. I think I went to the mining guild. Which, I don't know if that's very efficient. I went to the mining guild because I was free to play when I was a kid. So I think in terms of free to play, that was probably one of the better spots. My mining is pretty bad, 52. It's gonna be a pain to mine coal, but hopefully I won't need to mine too much of it. Just a few inventories worth, just to get me enough bars to be able to finish out this 2000 reputation grind. Yeah, not only is it 52, but all I can use is a steel pickaxe. Oh man, you hit that phone, she didn't even notice? That's pretty good. Your mom needs to catch up with the technology, man. She needs to be able to monitor the home internet and essentially just block all your devices. Then there's nothing you can do. Oh my god, what am I doing? I allow myself to get distracted in this minigame. Yeah, I guess mining guild it is for the coal. Once I finish my inventory here of the bars I do have, I'll try to do a calculation to see how much coal I'm gonna need. That way I don't spend too much more time doing it. I haven't done any coal mining. All the coal I had was from Wintertod crates. Oh, your dad used to block you? Okay, 1496. We need 504 more points. I'm gonna be just shy. Although I am getting good combinations here, so maybe I'll get like super lucky. No, I don't know. I don't think it's even possible. Yeah, I only have 2 more. I only have enough bars for 2 more rounds. So it's definitely not happening. I don't really remember getting my stuff taken away as punishment as a kid. I used to get grounded, but I don't specifically recall having stuff taken away. I did have a computer in my room, and a couple times my parents moved the computer out of my room. I think the more relatable story that I would have was for one Christmas, I got Majora's Mask, the game, for Christmas. So we went out to the store and we got it. I've already told this story on the channel, so I apologize if you've heard it. But my parents said, you can't open this until Christmas Day. And so when we got home from the store, I like immediately ran to my room with the game and I like ripped it out of the box like a maniac. And then I replaced it with another game and I tried to like repackage the game. Put like some tape on it. It looked so horrible. Like there was just like tape hanging out of it. So obvious I tampered with it, and then I gave it back to my parents, hoping they wouldn't notice. I distinctly remember the look my mom gave me when I handed that game back to her. It's like she knew that I knew, she knew that I knew she knew I knew. Everybody knew, but nobody said anything. I think my parents just like accepted it. They're like, you know what? He went through the trouble of trying this deception. We're just gonna look the other way on this one. See, Muffin, you show your hand too much. You make it too obvious you're addicted to the electronics. Then your mother knows right where to hit you, you know? You have to create the illusion that you're completely addicted to something else. That way, when you get in trouble, she takes that away instead. Look at me, out here corrupting the youth. That's true. You gotta think strategically. You have to. Never realized just how good the experience is here. Pretty crazy. Alright, so this is the last one I can do until I can go mine more stuff. How very sad. I do not get your reference. It's raining tacos. Not heard of that. Years ago, the only rain and food item I remember going viral was chocolate rain. That's one of like the original viral videos. I guess It's Raining Tacos is like the critically acclaimed sequel, maybe. 6:23, that's very precise. I think that's around the time I woke up today too. Kind of slept in a little bit. I usually like to go to work early because there's no one there and I feel like I'm more productive. If I can get to the office by like 5:30 a.m., it's like perfect. And then by the time 8 o'clock rolls around and everybody's coming in, it's like I've already done most of my work for the day, which is great. But I did sleep in today. I was tired. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to get to Falador without having to waste one of my teleports. Because I don't want to use any of my law runes. I'm trying to think if there's like a mini game teleport I could use that's relatively close. Can't think of any. Game room. Okay, so I'm at 1652. I mean, what am I getting here on average? Like 80 reputation per commission? Does that sound about right? So I need 348 more. Let's go with 70 per commission, just to be safe. So I need like 5 more commissions. Let me see what I got here in the bank. Five more commissions, which would be what? How many iron bars? It'll be 95 iron bars, so I have all the iron I need. And then I would need 45 steel bar. I already have 6, so I need like 40 more. So we're looking at like 80 coal, which is really not that bad. 80 coal, 40 iron, and we should be good. Let's go with that. 80 coal, 40 iron. Let's do it. Let me grab my mining shirt here. Good old pickaxe. You know what? Let me do a birdhouse run first. Why not? I have a dig site pendant, right? Some nice iron ore rocks here, actually. Oh yeah, I forgot the new Mario Party came out. I meant to look up some videos today. .38 Hunter. Very nice. Now, might grab a few iron ore here. Just so convenient. I need 40 of these anyway. Look at that, the triple. It's beautiful. Alright, that's enough of that. Okay, let's see about Games Room North. Do you know what it's actually called, Taryn? Or the minigame? Is it the Birth... No, it's not Birththorpe. That's nowhere near it. Or did you mean I should use the... Oh, is it actually Birththorpe? Okay, I'll try that. Let's just try it. What's the worst that could happen? Meanwhile, I spawn next to like a giant level 130 monster that one-shots me and I lose my hardcore status. Where the hell am I? I have no idea where I am. Or how to get out of here. Go upstairs. Two stairs here. It's a 50-50. Alright, looks like I'm outside. Let me see where I'm on the map now. That's kind of far, but I guess there's really not a better option to get here without teleports. Trying to think. Yeah, I don't think there's a very good option. What about a games necklace? Can that take me to like the Falador party room or something? And now I'm running with a bunch of iron ore in my inventory. I'm an idiot. Yeah, this is reasonable. It's not the end of the world. It's the price I pay for putting off restocking my law runes. At least I can minigame teleport back to the Giant's Foundry when I'm ready to finish out. Now I have to remember where the mining guild is, actually. Right here. Wait a second. Oh no! Isn't it 60 mining to get into the mining guild? What's the requirement over here? I think it's 60. I don't think I can go in there. Oh, that sucks. Ah, dang it. What's my backup here? No, it's alright, Taryn. I completely forgot about it. I didn't even think. Buy the party room. You know what? Let me do this the proper way. Let me just look it up on OSRS Wiki. I bet they're going to tell me to go to a bunch of places that I don't really have good access to right now. So yeah, the number one is the mining guild. I mean, that's... Why is there not a good wiki page on this? Southwest of Wintertod? That could work, because I have a bunch of games necklace, so I could just teleport back. I've never been to where you're talking about, though, so I kind of have to see. God, where even is Wintertod? Over here. You said southwest? This thing? The blast mine? I have never been here. Is there any requirements to go over there, or are there any monsters that are going to kill me? Apparently, there's some on Fossil Island. Oh, yeah. Fossil Island is perfect. There's like 100 freaking coal rocks on Fossil Island right next to a bank. Let me do that. I think this is the meta here. So apparently all this is all coal in this area. And then there's that little bank right here. May not be like the most hyper efficient thing, but I think it's good enough to mine just 80 coal. It's not like I need thousands of coal. I just need like 3 inventories worth. Oh, Taryn, I don't even remember. I've done like every rooftop course that my level allows me. I'm 76 agility. So I've done like all of them. Oh man, look at all these coal rocks. It's so beautiful. And then the bank is just right there. Not a far run at all. Yeah, Taryn, I thought that because I'm recording this as a series, I thought it was a worthwhile investment to grind out agility. Just so I can have more stamina, so that way when I'm recording episodes, I'm not constantly running out of run energy. So the plan was to go do some agility pyramid, actually, after I finish the foundry, but the foundry is going to take a little longer than I anticipated because I didn't have enough ore. And coal mining sucks. Look how long it took me to get one. This freaking steel pickaxe is going to ruin my life. That's why I'm trying to get that rune pickaxe. You got your switchback? Nice. Yeah, agility is a painful skill to train, right? So my philosophy on it from the start of this series has been to just do it a little bit at a time. I cannot sit down and grind agility for like 10 hours straight, so I figured every few streams just do a few hours of agility, right? So the goal for tonight was get my ammo mold at Giant's Foundry and then just go do agility pyramid until I get tired and call it a day. And that's still the plan. And see, with my nice agility, I'll be able to use this shortcut here when I'm ready to go bank. Right, I need to climb up there? Yeah, looks like it. I remember that as a Lord of the Rings obsessed kid playing RuneScape, the coolest thing in the world to me was that you could mine mithril rocks and craft mithril armor. You know what, Muffin? You bring up a good point. Lettuce is pretty good, but people do overutilize it and put it on everything, don't they? Never really thought about it until you just said that. It's like, slow down on the lettuce, man. You don't need to put it in everything. Everybody calm down. This is actually a pretty decent place to mine iron as well, because the bank chest is right there. There's actually 2 banks here. Wonder which one's faster. I'm like equidistant between banks. There's this one and that one. I guess the campsite one's a little closer. Yeah, Terran, spinach and I would say arugula. Spinach and arugula are the superior leafy greens. In my opinion, anyway. You gotta be careful with the spinach and how you cook it, though. Like, some people get that really disgusting, like, watery, soupy spinach. Man. I don't like that at all. Omelet for dinner is nice. Yeah, spinach is a great ingredient for omelet. Damn, that sounds perfect. Sometimes I really crave, like, breakfast for dinner. Oh my god, this coal mining is miserable. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. This is why I'm rushing that between a rock quest so I can get a rune pickaxe, which is going to make a huge difference. Muffin, I was a picky eater at your age too, but it's true what they say, like as you grow older, you just start enjoying different foods. There are a lot of things that I just refused to eat as a kid, and now I eat them pretty regularly. Mushrooms being one of them. Never liked them, but now I do enjoy them. Coffee's another example. Olives. Even eggs. I mean, I never disliked eggs, but I just wasn't a big fan of them as a kid, but now I eat them pretty regularly. You didn't like fish? No, I've always been like a seafood fanatic. I love seafood. Oh, the pain. I thought, hey, it's only 3 inventories of coal. How long is that going to take? 5 minutes? And here I am. Oh no, Terran. Hard-boiled? That is clearly the inferior choice for egg. That goes well if you're doing like a salad or something. I like my eggs like, I like them runny, like sunny side up or over easy. Okay, if she's mixing it into the salad, that's a little bit more tolerable. Yeah, I mean, eggs are a great way to get protein for sure. Ramen. Man, that was my diet back in high school. You know how it is, right? Like you're a teenage boy going through puberty in high school, so you're just wanting to eat everything that's in front of you. So I would have dinner, and then after my parents went to bed, I would like raid the pantry and make a bunch of ramen and eat again. Man, there's a rune rock here. I remember back in my day, when I was a young one, the only rune rocks available were like at the very corner of the deepest part of the wilderness. Yeah, when I was a kid doing the ramen thing, I had a very vivid imagination, so I would always like put different ingredients in there, and I would pretend like I'm a Gordon Ramsay type chef while I'm doing it. Meanwhile, I'm just like scavenging the fridge for any leftovers to like throw in with my ramen. I would like throw a disgusting can of tuna in there and like think I made a masterpiece. At the time, it was great. Yeah, it's crazy just how expensive life has gotten, man. It's like the cost of living has gone up like 10 times, and maybe your wage has gone up like 2 times or something. It just doesn't keep up, especially for housing. But yeah, the grocery store is insane. I always wonder, like, who the hell's affording all this stuff? Like, I have a pretty decent job. I make pretty good money on the books. But it's like, it's still so expensive to, I don't know, man. I'm like, how do we all afford all this? It doesn't make any sense. It's so expensive now. Taryn, you're doing it smart. Honestly, you know, as long as you make your little corner your own, it's safe. That's all you really need. You don't need like a luxurious living spot. At the end of the day, you're just coming home to a spot that's comfortable so you can do the things you enjoy. So I think it's much wiser to save as much rent money as possible. Damn, Muffin. I know the struggle. I know the struggle of having a sister and her hogging the bathroom. That was my life growing up. Yeah, Washington State is pretty crazy. I don't know if you were here last night when I said, my sister used to live in Seattle. But to be fair, I feel like the entire country has gotten really expensive. Like, I was out in California for a couple of years, which is just absurd. It's like $1 million shack homes, which is just crazy. And now I'm in Virginia, and it's like the same thing. But I spent most of my life in Texas, and I was like, well, at least Texas is still affordable. And then I go back to visit my parents, and it's like the house prices there have gone up insanely as well. It's like everywhere. It's just crazy. But yeah, Nashville would be sick, man. Nashville is a beautiful place. That area of Tennessee. It's a lot more affordable. The only problem is during the pandemic, a lot of people moved out there. So it probably inflated prices significantly. But yeah, everywhere you go, it's like $600,000, $700,000 starter homes. And I'm like, who's affording all of this? Who's buying all these houses? Who's making all this money? I don't understand. I like the mining level jingle. It's a nice one. Yeah, you're right, Taryn. It is companies. It's crazy. They really need to make some laws regarding that to protect people in terms of people. If you work hard, if you work a full-time job, you should be able to afford a home. That's not that much to ask, right? But when you let like these companies just buy up literally every housing unit in a town, that's just insane. Especially like foreigners, right? Nothing against foreigners, but what's the reasoning behind letting people that haven't even set foot on American soil buy up a bunch of homes so that they can rent it out for money? That's crazy to me. Meanwhile, the native people that live here can't afford it. But yeah, there should be like a limit, right? Like, you can only have X number of investment properties. Yeah, and it's like you're saying, it's companies that are mainly like real estate companies now, even though you wouldn't expect it. Like McDonald's, like a big part of their company business is real estate. Just buying up these locations. I don't know, it's just wacky. I definitely understand the need to have investors come in and be able to buy real estate and all that. But I mean, when you get to like these mega companies that are just buying hundreds and hundreds of properties and they'll do it all in the same market, so like people in a community cannot afford a home and they have to rent, that's just criminal, man. That just should not be allowed. But it is like you said, right? Like, even if they passed a law, like, okay, you can only have 100 investment properties, they would just start like another LLC or something and buy 100 more. And then start another LLC and buy 100 more with that one. But I feel like they could figure out a way to, I don't know, track that so you're not scamming the system. Another lamp. Oh no, it's gonna be a maze. Do I want to do a... fine, I'll just do a maze. We'll do a maze. Fine. I'm not gonna bother with the side chests. I'm just gonna get to where I'm going. Pretty garbage rewards. I don't know what I was expecting. Actually, the feathers are kind of nice for when I do fletching. Apparently this is a pretty good spot for rune ore, since this guy is world hopping into it. Pretty crazy how high of a smithing level you need just to make full adamant armor. Damn, Muffin, you shower quick. I like to relax in my shower. I like to just stand there under the hot water and think about life. It would have been great if I got 16 law runes from that maze instead of 16 nature runes. That would have made my life. You don't need to think about anything specific. Just whatever is presently in your mind at the moment. It's not like I'm pondering deep philosophical things in the shower. I mean, sometimes, but I just kind of let my thoughts go where they go. Yeah, maybe as simple as some song lyrics. Yeah, I find the shower to be very healing and can help with stuff like that, like what direction to take in life. Sometimes if I feel bad or, I don't know, had a rough day or something, I feel like just taking a 30-minute shower and standing under the hot water makes me feel a whole lot better. It's ancient wisdom, right? The healing powers of water. Oh, nah, screw ice baths, man. I know they're good for you. I really do. Like, I understand all the research behind it and how good it is for you. But I just can't, man. I just cannot. I've tried. I do enjoy the opposite of that, though. I love just, like, melting inside of a sauna and cooking in there. Muffin, an ice bath is exactly what it sounds like. It's basically submersing yourself in frigid, ice-cold water. Hey Cam, welcome. Bit of a disaster stream. I was trying to get my 2000 reputation on Giant's Foundry so I could get the double ammo mold so I could go do the stupid quest to get my rune pickaxe. But I miscalculated. I did not have enough bars to finish out, so trying to mine a few more ores here. Get a few more bars so I can finish it off. Yeah, the whole ice bath thing has gotten very trendy now. A lot of people are trying to make money with it. Like I saw an ice bath or whatever at the store. And it's like, that's not an ice bath. It's just like a kiddie pool and you're marketing it as an ice bath. It's like, yeah, anybody could like make a plastic receptacle that you tell people to put ice into. Doesn't make it an ice bath. I don't know. Okay, so I got 80 coal, 40 iron. I think that's enough. So let me make some bars. Taryn, I'm not arguing against it at all. I fully acknowledge the benefits of the ice bath and that it is good. It's just not for me, man. I cannot do the cold. I hate the cold. I don't know how you live up there in Washington, man. If I'm not sweating, I'm not happy. Ah, okay, fair enough. Now you make some Mario Maker levels? That's a fun game. That was a very smart game by Nintendo, right? Like, what an idea. Super streamer friendly as well, right? You think so, Taryn? It's my first year in Virginia, so I haven't fully experienced the winter. The day I got here, it started snowing though. This was last year. I got here like January 15th or something of this year is when I moved here, so I haven't even been here a full year. So I'm about to experience my first Virginia winter. I did live in New Jersey for a few years as a kid, and I remember being very cold. I've had a few snow days in Texas, surprisingly. Out of all the years I lived there, there was probably like maybe 3-4 winters that we actually had snow. Very uncommon, but we had a little bit. Okay, hopefully that is enough. Hopefully that's enough. Let me look at my timer here. Looks like 9 more minutes for a birdhouse run. Should I just... Nah, let me just go back. I'm not gonna wait around for that. I need to get a move on. I need to accomplish what I set out to accomplish. I don't know, from people I've talked to here, it seems like the winters are not very severe. I mean, obviously it does get cold, but at least from what I've heard, it's not like outrageous or anything. I guess I'll find out soon enough. I can confidently say that autumn started. Like this past week, I went to visit family in Texas. So I went and it was pretty warm here, and then when I got back, it was chilly. It's like fall started while I was gone or something. Yeah, I would not mind a snow day just for, you know, old time's sake. Like I said, I lived a few years in New Jersey, and that was when I was a kid. And, you know, we didn't have the internet or anything like that, so you used to wake up and you would have to turn on the radio. And I remember as a kid just like getting up really early and turning on the radio to see if it was going to be a snow day or not. It was very exciting. And then the night before, they would like give you a percentage chance. Like there's a 12% chance that schools might be closed tomorrow. And I'll tell you what, there was even a 1% chance that it was going to be a snow day, I would go all in on my gamble and I would just not do my homework. It'd be like 1% chance of a snow day. I'm not doing my homework. Screw that. Inevitably, that got me in a lot of trouble. The frantic search in the hallway for any smiling face that can share their homework answers with you before the class bell rings. Good times. Muffin, did they still do homework? Is that still a thing? I feel like homework was getting phased out. Still a thing. All right, fair. I honestly don't know how I got through high school and how I got into a college, because I don't remember doing homework. I remember always having homework, but I don't remember actually doing homework. If I remember correctly, I think I would... Oh no! Here I am rambling and I'm ruining my sword. Stupid. I guess what I was about to say was... I think what I did is I would do my homework in the actual class, right? So while the teacher was rambling about something, I was working on homework for another class. And then oftentimes I would just skip lunch and go to the library, and I would do my homework in there sometimes during lunch hour. So that way I wouldn't have to do anything at home. I'm pretty sure that's what I did. I just kind of did it in class and during lunch. And then whatever I didn't finish, I would just take the loss on. $17.24. We're getting there. I swear I'm gonna make this stream title and thumbnail relevant before the end of the stream. Muffin, you know what's good for French fries is actually that air fryer you have. You can make some good French fries in that thing. I guess my mom is the opposite of your mom. My mom went to culinary school and she specialized in baking. I'm a fan of the sweet potato fries. Yeah, you did tell me about your culinary passions. Yeah, I don't know if I had told you that my mom went to culinary school. I feel like that was a relevant thing to bring up when you mentioned that. Honestly, the whole culinary school thing for my mom was more of a formality. She had always been a very good cook. Both of her parents, therefore both of my grandparents on her side, are Italian. So she essentially grew up cooking. Yeah, you know what? I think the sweet potato fries, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, that you develop a taste for things later in life. I don't think that sweet potato fries are very popular with the younger folk. But I think they're delicious. I'm a very big fan of just very traditional Thanksgiving food. I don't understand this whole like Mexican Thanksgiving where we do enchiladas or whatever. Nah, man, I like the classics. Like the turkey, the gravy, the mashed potatoes, the corn, all the classics. Now there are those freaks out there, and if you're one of them listening to this, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. There are the freaks out there that enjoy green bean casserole on Thanksgiving. And that's just un-American, I think. That's just wrong. Yeah, don't bother with it. Save your soul. Save your soul, Muffin. Never eat the green bean casserole. Don't let anybody trick you. Best type of casserole. I don't know. You know, if you gave me a list, I could pick one, but I don't know if I can think of... Yeah, now that I think about it, I actually don't eat that much casserole. Yeah, I kind of thought about that when you asked the question. I thought that lasagna is kind of casserole-y. I don't think it technically counts as casserole, but it kind of is. So I am a big lasagna fan. I feel like casserole is something that you eat after you or your wife have a baby. You know, it's like you have a baby and all your friends and family come over and they drop off a casserole. $59 smithing. Very nice. $18.74. I think a couple more rounds here, and I should have everything I need. $8.30, dang, man. got an Xbox One, my friend, you gotta play. We might have talked about this already, but you have to play Sunset Overdrive. Have you played that? We did talk about it. Now I'm remembering our chat because we were talking about Insomniac Games. Right? Or was that with someone else? I think that was with you. Yeah, I went out and I bought an Xbox One just so I could play that game. Back when it was only out for the Xbox. Man, I love that game. You know me, I like all these old games. I don't play many like recent releases, but Sunset Overdrive is one of my favorite games. And it's relatively new, I guess. What was it, like 2016? Every few months I Google Sunset Overdrive 2 just to see if there's anything in the works. And there never is. It's just constant disappointment. 2014. Yeah, I think you're right. Oh my god, that's insane. That was 10 years ago? Holy cow. Here I am calling it like a new game and it's a decade old. I guess it's new in the sense that I recorded my playthrough for Sunset Overdrive the year the game came out. Yeah, if you're ever bored, you can watch my playthrough of Sunset Overdrive. It's on my playlists. A blast from the past. Maybe I'll replay it on the PC at some point in my life. Oh, the game's on Game Pass? I guess that makes sense since it's 10 years old, you know? Might as well put it on Game Pass. I have the... I don't know what it's called. Is it like the collector's edition? Or the day one version? Like the actual disc for it? It has a lot of exclusive, like, cosmetic weapons that you could only get on that version of the game. Was it one of the first Xbox One games? When did the Xbox One come out? I guess it must have been around that 2014 time. Wait, what am I doing? Gotta quench. Yeah, day one edition. I hate that kind of stuff. I hate when they put exclusive content for like exclusive versions of the game. It's like if you buy the PlayStation version, you get all these extra quests, but if you buy the Xbox version, you get these extra quests. I hate that. It's so annoying. For a completionist like myself, it drives me nuts. Alright, so I need 46 more points, so this next commission should definitely get me over the finish line. Yeah, you might be thinking it as one of the first exclusives, because that's the one thing I do remember, was that it was an Xbox exclusive. Hence why I went out and bought an Xbox just to play it. I've never done that before or since, where I buy a console specifically for one game. But honestly, it was so worth it. Yeah, I always get the Nintendo consoles just because I'm a Nintendo fanboy, but I had never gotten like an Xbox or a PlayStation or anything else, and I never ever intended to. Yeah, PlayStation does a lot of PlayStation exclusive games. I feel like they have more exclusives than Xbox does. And I guess nowadays, you know, since Xbox is owned by Microsoft, a lot of the exclusives, if you will, eventually make their way over to PC. Yeah, PlayStation does, I mean, as much as I hate, like, console exclusive games, you gotta give it to PlayStation. Their PlayStation exclusive games are generally pretty good. Not that I've ever played one, but just from observing, I guess. Screw Spider-Man, man. I hope they're working on Sunset Overdrive 2 instead. I know it'll never happen, but a boy can dream. I really do wonder why they never did it. It seems like Sunset Overdrive was a big success. I mean, I think people loved it. I think it sold pretty well, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, Ratchet and Clank looks fun. Okay, and that's it, boys. 2036 reputation. I can finally get the double ammo mold so I can do my quest. So let's get it. There we go. All that for that 1 second of glory. So now what? I guess now is agility pyramid time. You know what? Let me do a birdhouse run real quick, and then we'll go to agility pyramid. Yeah, no worries, Muffin. You don't need to know the specifics. You just need to know that I've been working hard to get an item, and I finally got it. Exactly, just some RuneScape grinding as always. $3,900. Does that unlock anything? Not really. What's my next birdhouse level again? Let's see. $44. So 5 more levels and I can do the maple birdhouses. Oh, you're about to see why it's titled that. You were about to see, sir. I promise it wasn't just for nothing. I meant to get to it a lot earlier, but you will understand soon enough. I don't know, Muffin. Hence the question mark at the end of the stream title. Keep it mysterious. Okay, done with that. Trying to think as to where there's a water source for me to fill my water skins. Ah, what about right here? What about this freaking well? That'll do it. Alright, so what do I need? I need water skins, right? Need some gold. Man, look at that fat cash stack. 2.1 mil. Just gonna bring 10 with me just to kind of hold that spot there. Yeah, we're going crazy here, Cam. 2 mil. Of which I cannot spend a single cent on a shop. So, does it even mean anything? I always struggle with deciding on how many water skins to bring with me. Because I kind of want to balance like the weight so I don't have to walk too much. I don't know. Let me deposit like another 5 of these. Let's do 4 rows. All right, so I will be going off to do the agility pyramid, but give me 1 second. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be right back with the regularly scheduled programming. Okay, I am back. I feel like since I took that break, I should like do a commercial or something. This stream of RuneScape is brought to you by Renaissance Gaming, bringing you quality gaming content since 2013, something like that. All right, let's go. I feel like I'm missing something. What am I missing? You know what? I will replace my strength amulet here with a dig site pendant. That way, if I decide I want to do birdhouse runs, I can do that. Yeah, it's been almost, if not already, 11 years since I started this channel. Oh my god, this teleport is so beautiful. Look at that. I'm already in Narda. I didn't have to do anything. Just teleported here. Sensational. My old nemesis, the agility pyramid. How I despise you. Gotta do it though. See, I actually don't want to do agility pyramid. I'm kind of forcing myself to do some. No worries, Muffin. Good luck on your games. Win some laps. Oh yeah? I was doing agility pyramid when you first came in. I'm surprised you stuck around then, because this thing is insufferable. Man, it's been a while. It's been a hot second since Mario Kart 8 has been out, right? Like, I'm wondering if they're working on a new variant of Mario Kart. Oh no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna risk it. Yeah, Mario Kart's like that. You could be in first place for like 95% of the race, and then in the last like 10 seconds, you just get absolutely wrecked. It's the way the game works. Yeah, that's too much stuff. I'm a big fan of simplicity. I feel like just keep it simple and do it well, and it'll be better than just trying to cram a bunch of stuff in there. not too familiar with Minecraft. Played way back in the day with a friend. Like before story mode, before a bunch of the new additions. I was addicted to it for like a few months, but I haven't kept up with it, and that was a very long time ago. Yeah, I think that proves my point. I don't even know what I'm talking about. This is the general trend of life, Muffin. You'll learn this lesson, but the lesson is somebody makes something amazing. In this case, Minecraft. It's incredible, everybody falls in love with it, and naturally a lot of success comes with it since it's such a great product. And then it grows, and it grows, and it keeps growing and growing some more, where it reaches the point where it's too big and it gets corrupted by money, by interests, by people trying to take advantage of it, by people trying to make a quick buck, and it turns into something unrecognizable, and it'll still keep growing and growing until it's finally ruined. It's the natural life cycle of everything. So you always have to be one step ahead. You always have to look at the thing that's just starting to rise, that next thing that's really cool, and you got to get in on it before it gets ruined. I'm actually surprised that Old School RuneScape has retained a lot of its charm and not gotten fully disgusting after growing for 20 years. I mean, I guess this game is super popular, but it's not like outrageous like Minecraft, for example, in terms of popularity. Yeah, there's just way too much greed in everything. It's natural, unfortunately. In order for there to not be greed in a project, everybody has to agree. So even if you have like 100 people that have vested interest in the project, if 99% of them, 99 of them say, no, we're not going to sell out, we're not going to get greedy, we're going to do this right, all it takes is one person to be like, all right, you guys don't want to milk this? I will. And then it almost falls into the fallacy of, well, if I'm not greedy with it, somebody else will be. So it might as well be me. Which, unfortunately, there is a lot of truth to that. So it is a little bit more complicated than we might give it credit for. Even when it comes to like big corporations, right? Like Amazon, it's like, how much money do you freaking need before you're happy? Like, you make so much money, why can't you pay your employees a lot more? Engage in more ethical business practices, improve the world? And let's say everybody over at Amazon is like, you know what? You're right. We don't need to be greedy anymore. We're a changed company. Even if that were to happen, you know what would happen? Another company would fill that void with their greed. So, unfortunately, it's just inevitable. It's almost like you have to be greedy and control that greed, or else somebody else will be. I did not mean for that talk to go in that direction based on a Minecraft comment, but here we are. Got a little rant. I think Nintendo does a good job, honestly. I mean, they're a gigantic corporation, but I think they strike that balance well between greed and making money and then also being principled. They're a very scummy company in some ways, like their IP protection and going after streamers and stuff like that, but I do think that they do a decent job at keeping their products relatively clean from greed. $47.99. What's the retail on it? $60? Yeah, I think Nintendo games specifically are just harder to go on sale. That is a pretty good deal. There's no pressure to talk. Sometimes it's cozy to just relax. Click the green boxes. I do have to focus on being a little bit more engaging as a streamer. That's something I kind of struggle with a little bit. I was never a streamer. I mean, like I said, I've been doing the channel for like 11 years now. And I've just always preferred making videos as opposed to streaming. The streaming thing is relatively new for me. I don't have like the classic streamer personality. Of course, I engage with people in conversation, but I'm not like poking people, trying to get everybody to talk and creating conversation. I guess I could put a little bit more effort into that. If you really stop to think about it, people really don't talk too much about anything. Like, even if you think about some of your best friends, you probably have a few things that you talk about, and then you talk about those same things kind of over and over again, and you have some really good memories together, and you talk about those memories over and over again. Not that there's anything wrong with that, I'm just kind of pointing out that a lot of the times you recycle the conversations, and they're just as fun, right? Like a lot of what we talked about today, we've already talked about, but it was still just as enjoyable to have the discussion. Your mom wants you to be a shoe collector? That's interesting. Why do you have to like video games, son? Why can't you like shoes like your mother? Yeah, my parents were never very keen on allowing me to get video games either. I would really have to plead my case. I remember when I was a kid, there was a Lord of the Rings game that came out that I really wanted. And they were not budging. They just would not let me get it. And I had my money saved up from like allowance and doing like work for the neighbors and stuff like that. So I had enough money to get it. But my parents just would not let me do it. So I had to devise a plan. Pretty crazy plan. I told them I was gonna meet my friends at the movie theater to go watch a movie. And there was like no movie that would be credible that I would want to go watch. So I just had to pick one, and I said, I'm gonna watch Legally Blonde 2, which is crazy. Like, what's like a... I don't remember how old I was, maybe like 11, 12 or something. Like, what's an 11-year-old boy gonna do watching Legally Blonde 2? That doesn't make any sense. So my plan was already kind of bad from the beginning. So they dropped me off at the mall so I could go watch Legally Blonde 2 or whatever. And then like halfway through the movie, I just walk out of it. I go on over to the GameStop or EB Games or whatever it was at that time. I buy my game. I shove it down my pants. Go back to the movie, finish watching it. Then let my parents come pick me up, and I'm like hobbling to the car trying to not let the game fall in my pants. And that's how I got it. Yeah, I don't know how malls are nowadays, but when I was growing up, it was still like a pretty popular, like, pre-teen, teen hangout spot. Like, everybody would get dropped off there and just walk around and hang out and get a pretzel or something, or go to the movies. I feel like in my era, malls were cool up to the point where you could actually drive yourself to the mall. If you were old enough to drive yourself to the mall, it was just like not cool anymore. You were like too cool for that. But if you still needed to have your parents drop you off at the mall, then it was pretty cool. Yeah, that kind of sucks. There were a few places that I lived at where I had some friends from school that lived in the same neighborhood, so we could hang out that way. That was pretty rare. Your parents are just worried about safety or something like that? I could understand. It's like, world's a little squirrely nowadays. World's a little weird. Even I would have to think about that. Like, if I had a kid, would I take them to the mall and just drop them off there and hope for the best? I don't know. Alright, let me do the random event here. Just because I'm out of run energy, so I might as well use it. Yeah, that's fair. If they just want you to have at least one other person there with you, I think that's fair. That was the wrong key, really? I popped the wrong balloon? Guess I wasn't paying attention. Oh my god, what am I... Why am I so bad at RuneScape? Can't even do a random event. This event is you're trying to help this guy break out of prison, and you basically pull this lever, it shows you an animal, and you stomp on the right balloon animal to get a key, and you do that a few times, and then you can get out of here. Give me some law runes. I got chaos runes. All that for 19 chaos runes. That was totally not worth it. Yeah, so that was what is called a random event in Old School RuneScape. It's a little bit of a outdated technology. So way back in the day, they introduced these things, these random events into the game. And as the name implies, they're supposed to be very random. They just kind of happen and pop up. And it was actually an anti-bot thing back in the day. The theory being that if you introduce these random events, whenever they happen, it would kind of throw bots off because the bots wouldn't know what to do or how to react. Of course, now things are so much more sophisticated that that does not do anything at all to stop bots. So it's kind of like a legacy feature of the game that they kept in. Whereas now, mainly, it's like you can get some interesting rewards from some of the random events. You could get some interesting, like, cosmetics and stuff like that. But yeah, the original purpose of those, I know it sounds pointless now, but it was basically an anti-bot feature. And now you have the option, right? Like, you can choose to just ignore the random event and not do it. But when it was being used as a anti-bot thing, you didn't have the option. Like, if a random event popped up, you had to do it. Or it would essentially kick you out of the game, I think. And probably flag your account to the staff. Yeah, party hats are no longer rare. They removed it from Old School RuneScape. It's not a thing, but yeah, party hats were part of what's called a drop event way back in the day. Like when the game first came out, there were events in which essentially the hats would just drop out of the sky. And if you were lucky enough to be logged on and grab one, you would get it. I think it was actually a Christmas event. You would get these things called a Christmas cracker, and then you could open the Christmas cracker and it could have a party hat in it. So they did a few of those drop events and then never did them again, so there was a finite number of party hats in the game. And then as the game just absolutely exploded in popularity and had tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of players join in, that made the party hats that much more rare. Because they were never dropped again, it was just a one and done. And so, yeah, that's kind of the story behind party hats, but then when they relaunched the game as Old School RuneScape, they kind of lost the meaning. I think there's like a chest in the game that you can just go get a free party hat from. So it's really just like a little throwback. I did have some party hats back in the day when they were super rare. I had the most rare party hat in the game, which for a while was the rarest item in the whole game. The blue party hat. The elusive blue party hat. I ended up losing it though. As it started to become super rare, people were paying real world money for it. And I was a kid, right? So money was like very difficult to come by. So it got to the point where somebody offered me $400 for my blue party hat. Which as a kid is insane, right? I mean, $400 as a kid is insane. You might as well have $1 million. So I was like, all right, I'll sell this party hat for $400. And you should know what happened next. Of course, I got scammed. Gave away my party hat, never got the $400. I guilted the guy into admitting it, though, and apologizing. I guess that was my small victory in the end. Got him to feel genuinely bad about it. Doesn't matter. Never gave back my hat. I wonder, they might still be a thing in RuneScape 3, because RuneScape 3 essentially kept everything from the original game and just kind of evolved it. So party hats might still be like the super rare thing that they were in RuneScape 3. I don't know if there's any other viewer on the channel that can confirm or deny that. Oh, an apology was not enough. I'm just trying to make myself feel a little bit better as I'm retelling this story. Like if somebody kicks your ass and then apologizes for it, it doesn't change anything, you know? Well, yeah, I was just a simple kid. I got scammed. The allure of the money got to me. It was pretty elaborate too. It wasn't like a give me the party hat and then I'll give you the money thing. It was very elaborate. There was like a message board for these like real world trades in RuneScape that was like well established with years of reputation, and then they had the administrators which served as middlemen, so you wouldn't give the party hat directly to the person that was buying it, you would give it to a middleman, and then once both parties gave their item to the middleman, he would then exchange. So for example, the person would give the middleman 400 bucks, I would give the person the party hat, and then the middleman would release the items to both players. So that's how it was supposed to work. Except the middleman was in on the scam, which was crazy because the, I don't know, the website had the reputation. It had years of reputation. It had like a bunch of posts, and the middleman had a bunch of reviews. But I guess it was all like set up for the scam, which was pretty elaborate, I guess. However, being scammed in RuneScape is like a badge of honor, right? Like, you're not a true RuneScape player if you have not been scammed. It's just part of the game. Yeah, whatever it was, I got scammed. And this was, like I said, I tried to sell it for $400. And from there, the blue party hat just kept increasing in value. Like, that was before the value of a blue party hat really took off. Because after that, it just skyrocketed. It got to the point where people couldn't even buy it in the game because it was worth more than the biggest stack of cash that the game would allow you to hold. And in terms of real world, some were selling for like literally thousands of dollars, which is insane to think about that I held one of those at one point in time. Yeah, Muffin, I don't know. So, just to give you a little bit of a history of RuneScape, right? So, you had RuneScape Classic come out in like the early 2000s. And then they upgraded the game to something that kind of looks like what you're seeing, which was called RuneScape 2. And then the game kept going for a while. By the way, the party hats were released in RuneScape Classic. So, in the early 2000s, they dropped all the party hats. No more party hats were ever made. So you have that. And then at some point, RuneScape 2 evolved into RuneScape 3. And all the characters and all their inventories moved into RuneScape 3. And then they, by popular demand, they released this version of RuneScape, which is Old School RuneScape. But this started fresh, so all characters were wiped. All the inventories were wiped, so party hats became a non-thing for Old School RuneScape. So I assume that party hats are still a thing in RuneScape 3. So they might still be like super valuable and selling for thousands of dollars in the RuneScape 3 version of the game. I don't know if I did a good job explaining that, but hopefully that made sense as to how RuneScape works and how it got branched off into different versions. And how RuneScape 3 is like the original game, if that makes sense. So yeah, if you made like an original RuneScape Classic account back in RuneScape Classic back in the early 2000s, the only way that account exists is in RuneScape 3. In Old School RuneScape, you would have to start over. In fact, my RuneScape character, I could probably log into it in RuneScape 3. Like, I bet if I logged into RuneScape 3, I would have my original account. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, back in the early to mid 2000s, that was like prime time era for scamming. It was before there was a lot of cybersecurity stuff, so people would make keyloggers, and it was very easy to infect people with keyloggers to steal their password. It was the Wild West, man. Some wild times. The classic scam was you would go to a highly populated area and people would literally just say, hey, if you type your password backwards, the game censors it. And then they would do a bunch of asterisks. So like this, I'll show you in the chat. They would type like, if you type your password backwards, the game censors it. And then they would say like, look, and then they would type a bunch of asterisks or something like that. And they would just spam that. And just by statistics, right, there was like enough people there that somebody would try it. And then they would steal the password. It's crazy, right? It's so stupid and so dumb, but so many people fell for that. But yeah, it was the era of keyloggers and scams. Just crazy. I knew a kid on RuneScape that used to do that. He would, his whole scam was actually a pretty smart scam. He would go to a populated area of the game. So in the early days, you couldn't go to like the Grand Exchange and just buy items. You literally had to go to an area that all the players decided to congregate at, and you would advertise what you were buying or selling. So you'd say like, "Oh, I'm buying runes. Anybody selling?" So he would go to those areas and he would look for somebody that looked very rich, like a good target to scam, right? And then he would private message them pretending to be a long lost friend. So he'd say something like, hey man, long time. Remember all those fun times we had together in RuneScape or whatever? And then he would say that I'm quitting the game. I'm quitting the game, and since we were such good friends, I want to give you some of my items. And then he would lure them to MSN Messenger. He would say, you know, since I have so many friends, I'll let you pick 3 of my items, but I have so many of them, it's easier if I just send you a screenshot of my bank and you can pick 3 of them. Then he would lure them to MSN Messenger, and he would send them a picture of his bank, but embedded in the picture would be a keylogger. And then you just wait from there and wait for the password to come in. Yeah, I don't know what happened to that kid. It was some kid I went to high school with. Nowadays, you can never do something like that because I think Windows just automatically detects malware as it comes in. Like having an antivirus on your computer is like not even a thing anymore, right? Because it's just like naturally embedded into the operating system. But yeah, I missed the Wild West days of the internet. Unfortunately, you missed those days, Muffin. It was wild. It was crazy, man. The internet today sucks. It's so sterile and censored. And everything is fed by the same algorithms. It goes back to what we were talking about, right? Like something really cool is out, and then it keeps growing and gets more and more popular, and then obviously corruption sneaks in and ruins it. I feel like it was very interesting for me to grow up with an era that, you know, I saw the internet not be there, and then it was there and evolved into what it is. Whereas people from your generation, it was always there and it was always big. Yeah, oh, wait a second. Is my stream still going? Am I still live? Alright, I had some weird pop-up messages, so I just wanted to make sure the stream was still up, but I pulled it up on my phone, so it should be up. Welcome back. Yeah, I had some weird pop-up messages, so I thought the stream might have crashed or something. And it coincided perfectly to when you walked away, so it was like I got all these weird pop-ups with the stream. And then you weren't responding, so I was like, ah, damn it, I think it went down. I mean, I'm being mysterious about it, like all these weird it wasn't weird pop-ups, it was just, I do a local recording whenever I stream. So not only am I streaming, but it's also saving a file of the stream on my computer. And I ran out of hard drive space. That's the pop-up that I got. So I guess that only messes up the local recording. It doesn't actually stop the stream. Oh, no worries. Yeah, I think I vaguely recall that conversation. I think you asked me, like, what... Somebody asked me, like, what anime girl I had a crush on or something, if I had to pick one. And I said probably Android 18 from Dragon Ball Z. I don't know who Marin is. But I recall seeing Android 18 from DBZ. Which I don't know, man. Maybe this whole thing is going full circle. You know, AI and robots coming around the corner. Right? That's the next frontier is AI and robots. Maybe the day is close to where I'll have my very own Android 18. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know who Marin is from Dragon Ball Z. Oh, that's definitely around the corner. Well, maybe not around the corner, but inevitably that's something that's going to happen. In our lifetimes, for sure. Like humanoid, very lifelike robots. For sure. I joke about it, but I would never. I have very traditional views of relationships. To the point where I refuse to even get on dating apps. If I'm gonna meet somebody, I'm gonna do it the old-fashioned way. And they're not gonna be a robot, damn it. Even if it's an Android 18. Oh yeah, Marin. I definitely know the character, I just did not know the name. I couldn't attach the name to the face, but yeah, I know this character. I don't know, I can't really think of any other cartoon crush I had. I guess as a kid I had like a tiny crush on that chick from Ed, Edd and Eddy. I think her name was Naz. Is that right? There's a bit of a tomboy actually, which is weird. But yeah, I can't really think of any cartoon crushes. I don't know, man. You may be tapping onto something here. It's like if you want to know what your true love looks like, just think about your cartoon crushes. I guess I'm noticing the trend that it's all like shorter hair blonde girls. Miss Incredible? From The Incredibles? Like the mom? And I have no idea what Total Drama Island is. Never seen that. Really? People crush on Miss Incredible? I can't see it. 'Cause she's like a mom. Let me see. It's been a while. Let me look this up. Elastigirl? Yeah, I don't know. She just looks like somebody who works at the HR department. I don't understand. Not seeing the appeal. Let me look up this Total Drama Island thing though. Ah, she actually looks very similar to Miss Incredible. Not very similar. Let's just say similar. doing it, I muted my mic to take a sip, and I gave a whole speech about Pokemon Crystal. Do I repeat it? I guess I'll repeat it. It'll have less enthusiasm, though. But I was saying, I played through it quickly because I have this thing where once I start working on a project or anything, I get very obsessed and very driven to see it through. So once I decided I was going to do Pokemon Crystal, I kind of got obsessed with it and I just grinded it out, and it was a lot of fun. Had a lot of momentum. But the problem is that whenever that momentum fades, it's kind of hard for me to get it back. So right now, even though it's not like I'm not enjoying Pokemon Crystal, it's just I had all this momentum in the series and I was really making good progress, and then the computer thing happened, so I haven't touched Pokemon in weeks or months now. And so it's kind of discouraging, and it feels hard to get back into it to regain that momentum. But hopefully I can see it through. That's a pretty good team. Yeah, I had the Totodile as my starter as well. Honestly, I'm not a big believer in the ADHD thing. I mean, obviously the symptoms and the things that people experience, those are real, right? Like the inability to focus and all that kind of stuff, that's real, clearly. I'm just saying I don't necessarily agree with attaching a diagnosis to that. Like, attaching a diagnosis to it almost implies that there's something wrong, where I don't necessarily think that's the case. It's like you put a 5-year-old boy in a classroom and tell him to sit down at a desk for 8 hours and learn math problems. Of course he's gonna have a hard time focusing. Doesn't mean you need to call it something and medicate it. Kid just probably needs to go run outside and kick things, you know? Yeah, Totodile is really good. Especially early game with that rage that he gets. You can burn through some teams. Yeah, I mean, what I always tell people with ADHD is, if you had to sit down and do something that you absolutely love doing for 10 hours straight, could you do it? And most of the time, the answer is yes. So in my opinion, it's not necessarily that there's a condition going on where you just can't focus. It's just you are wired to be interested in certain things, and if you're working on those things, you are happy and productive. But if you're being forced to do something that you don't find very engaging, then you have a difficult time. It's almost like it's a survival mechanism. It's a biology thing, right? It's like your entire organism telling you, hey, this thing is not for you. You don't like this. You're going to be good at something else instead. You need to go find that. You need to find that thing that does capture your attention. Kind of like depression, right? You could view it as a survival mechanism thing. How is depression a survival mechanism? Well, if you're depressed, it's your body's way of telling you that something in your life is wrong. Like something is making you unhappy and you have to change and fix something. I don't know. It's the weird way I look at these sorts of things. Yeah, that being said, I've described something very idealistic, right? I mean, there is definitely a benefit and in today's world, almost a necessity to be able to figure out a way to tolerate the things that you don't enjoy doing, right? So you may not want to sit at a desk and do math for 8 hours. Nobody may want to do that, but there is a benefit in kind of learning to be able to do something like that, because at many points in life, you are going to need to just sit down and grind at something, which is not going to be the most exciting thing in the world, right? And there's a lot of value in being able to do that. I mean, you are a very lucky person if you have a job in which you're just totally passionate about and you could just do it day in and day out for hours on end. I mean, hopefully people like their job, you know, but even if you love your job, you're not just going to want to do it 8 hours a day, every day, no matter what. There are going to be times where you're going to be like, you know what, I don't really feel like going to work today, but you got to do it anyway. So there is value in being able to sit down and grind something you don't want to do. So that's the other end of the coin. But I do think that the ADHD symptoms are basically just your body's way of telling you that you're doing something that you may not be suited for. Well, I will put a caveat to that. School's not for everyone. I think the way we do school is not for everybody, right? Like the whole, you go to this class and you sit there for an hour, and then you go to the next class and you sit there for an hour. That's definitely not for everybody. If they kind of redesigned the way academics worked, I'm sure it could suit different personality types as well. Like some people need to be engaged with the education beyond just looking at a book. Some people, like, that's just how they operate. They love sitting down and reading a book and taking notes and doing academic discussions. Other people want to do something a little bit more active, right? And if you could design a curriculum like that, then maybe you could find a way to make school for everybody. It's just kind of hard to adapt a style of teaching that's going to literally appeal for everyone. That's just impossible to do at a mass scale. but there is a perfect way of teaching and learning that is specifically perfect for you and you alone. And if you could learn that way, I'm sure you would be super engaged day in and day out. Alright, it's getting late, so I'm gonna let my water skins dry out here. And once they dry out, I'll probably do one more birdhouse run and then call it a night. Ah, sorry. Brain stuff people talk about. What do you mean by that? I guess I didn't understand that message, so I was just kind of quietly hoping you would follow up with something. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, everybody has that social need, right? So anything that allows you to be kind of social is going to appeal for everybody. YouTube word limits. I remember the video limit days. I think I already told you about that, but when I started uploading, there was like a 10 or 15 minute limit on your videos. Pretty wacky. Alright, I'm running out of water here on my water skin, so I think I'm just gonna turn in what I have. We'll do a birdhouse run. And then we'll call it 320,000 gold. Nice. Yeah, I made good progress on the account. It was fun. Need to grab some supplies here to do the birdhouse run. Yeah, it's good. It keeps my conversation skills up a little bit. Sometimes you get rusty, right? Sometimes you're like, my God, I haven't talked to anybody for like a week. I've been around people, but I haven't actually talked with anybody. And then this gives me an opportunity to at least be able to talk and say something. Ah, dang, you can't. That's annoying. I can't fill my water skins at the well. That sucks. Oh well. Huh, oh well. The pun. Unintentional pun. You think so? I don't know what I think about aliens. Sometimes I'm like, you know, it's a bunch of BS. And then other days I'm like, they walk among us. Hey Howard, welcome. Oh man, I hate when this happens, but it always happens. It happens every stream. It's like when I'm about to end the stream, a good friend of the stream walks in. Like at the very end. And then it makes me feel bad. You did show up late. It's 10:30. I do have to be at work early, so I was wrapping up the stream. However, it was a very productive stream. I was able to get my double ammo mold so I can do my Between a Rock quest. So we did a lot of that, and then I went and I did some agility pyramid. And now I'm gonna finish out with just a quick, well, not a quick, this is a very slow birdhouse run. Just because I'm being sluggish and chatty. Plus I'm like clicking all the wrong tabs here. You can tell my brain power is just like at 10% right now and I should be in bed. You know, that's I've never heard somebody talk about astronauts in that way, but that is an interesting point. I actually don't know, obviously there's a lot more to being an astronaut than just like sitting in a spaceship. But I guess you're thinking like a space cowboy, right? Out there exploring unknown galaxies. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Hey man, if you want to call me sitting in front of a computer and playing video games for 4 hours, good work ethic, I'll take it. You can write a recommendation letter to my boss and say, wow, Renaissance Gaming has tremendous work ethic, dedication beyond anything I've ever seen. Oh, I doubt being an astronaut is boring. Just the training they have to go through to even become a candidate for a mission is pretty insane. Oh yeah, being an astronaut, there's a lot to being an astronaut. You don't just go to like astronaut school for a few years and now you're just sitting at the space station like screwing a screw onto a pipe or something. Actually, I have a family friend who's an astronaut. He's been to the space station a couple times. Interesting guy. He used to be an Air Force pilot beforehand. He's had an interesting life, interesting career. These hunter levels are slowing down a little bit. It used to be that like every birdhouse run I would get like 2 levels. Guess it's not too bad. I'm at level 40 just from doing birdhouse runs. I haven't done anything else. Besides, of course, starting it out with the museum. That got me what, to like 9 hunter? You know what? Now that you mention it, Muffin, I actually don't know what the astronauts at the space station are doing all day. Like, what do they do up there all day? I don't know. I know they do like little experiments or something. I don't know, man. Honestly, you've opened my eyes. I thought I kind of had a good grasp on astronauts. But when I'm asked to verbalize, like I have now, I realize I really don't know much about astronauts and what they actually do. Birdhouse decoration section? Maybe one day. Speaking of birdhouse decoration though, in 4 more levels I'll be able to decorate them with maple instead of teak. You know what? Let me just do one extra thing. I'm gonna clear out my trees here. Just for you, Howard. Just because you came in a little late, I'll stay an extra few minutes. Speaking of astronauts, though, Muffin, have you heard about those 2 astronauts that got stuck in space? That to me is an absolutely insane story. There were these 2 astronauts and they were supposed to go out there for like just a few days, a week or something. And then something happened and they got stuck. And now they're not going to be able to make it back to Earth until like February of next year. That is so crazy. Imagine telling your family, it's like, alright family, I'm going to space for the weekend. I'll be back on Monday. Next thing you know, it's like 6 months later and you're coming back. That must really screw with your mind. Imagine thinking you're going for a few days and then you're like, oh no, you're stuck there for months and there's like nothing out there. It's just you and the vastness and blackness of space. Kind of terrifying. Yeah, what are those people missing? Like, what is their home life like, you know? Like, what if somebody left a pregnant wife at home or a sick parent or something like that? Yeah, it is pretty fascinating. I am hoping that we go back to doing some space exploration stuff, right? To me, I always thought it was crazy that we went to the moon in like, I don't even know, what was it, like the 60s or whatever? 60s, 70s? We went to the moon and then we just like have never been back since? Like, why? Why haven't we been back? You feel like it would be a lot easier to do today with the advances in technology and all that, but apparently it's like such an issue to go back. But I'm looking forward to something exciting happening in the space frontier. Yeah, you're right, Howard. I think the general sentiment is just you need to run experiments on all sorts of little things just to make sure we know how things are going to work when they're out there long term. Yeah, Muffin, there's that on the moon, but there's also trillions of dollars worth of minerals. And also, I think it's just like an inspirational thing, right? Like, when we went to the moon, it just inspired an entire generation. And I think there's value in that in and of itself. Especially with, like, how divided we are, at least in the United States currently. Like, it would be cool to have something that's kind of uniting, right? Like, we're back at the moon, and now we have, like, GoPros. So we have, like, sweet HD video. It would be very inspiring. I think, anyway. And then it makes you think, like, here's my thing. We were just doing the agility pyramid, right? Why don't we build cool monuments anymore? Why are all the monuments like ancient monuments? Or at least centuries old monuments? Like the Eiffel Tower and the Great Pyramids or whatever. Statue of Liberty. Like, why don't we build anything cool anymore? If I was one of these crazy tech billionaires, I would build a sick monument. That's what I would do. Like, how cool would it be if Elon Musk, instead of buying Twitter, he spent all that money rebuilding the pyramids, like in the Nevada desert or something? Like, we always wonder, how did they build the pyramids back then? What are the mysteries of the pyramids? It's like, bro, let's build bigger ones. Let's build some bigger ones in the Nevada desert. Why not? Oh, Howard, I have seen that movie. I've seen that movie and I listened to the audiobook for The Martian. It's kind of interesting. It was very, very, I don't know what the right way to describe it is. Very gritty, I guess. A lot of science detail. I'm gonna have to call you out though, my friend. There's no way you can call The Martian a recent movie. Hasn't it been out for like a decade? (2015). Yeah, almost a decade. I guess the line for the word recent is very arbitrary, right? There's not a discrete number. I'll let you get away with it. We can call it a recent movie. That's fine. I'll take back my comment. They want to rebuild Rome in Texas. How have I not heard about this? I lived most of my life in Texas, and I have an unnatural fascination with the Roman Empire. So how have I not heard about this? I actually went to Rome for the first time earlier this year, and it was magical, I guess is the word I would use. Yeah, Howard, that's the exact problem. The problem is the priorities have shifted, right? Like everything people do nowadays, the question is, how does this affect my bottom line? How much money am I going to make out of this? Whereas back in the day, people actually were driven by a higher purpose, I guess. They wanted to build something spectacular that would outlive the ages. That would be standing there for centuries after they're long gone. They wanted to glorify something, glorify life. A lot of it was religious based, so a lot of it was to glorify God, I guess. But now the question's always, well, here's the way I'll put it. Back in the day, some inspired gentleman would walk by and look at some land and would question himself and ask, what can I build here that's gonna stand the test of time and inspire a generation? Whereas nowadays, a gentleman walks by and sees a plot of land and they say, what can I build here to get the biggest return on investment so I can buy another yacht? And I think that's why we don't get monuments anymore, because monuments are not profitable. So I guess we've answered the question that I asked. Why don't we build monuments anymore? The answer is, it's not profitable. Nova Roma community. I know I've seen projects where people will like, there was a really cool project that I saw where somebody was building a castle using only medieval technology and stone from like some corner of Europe. Well, actually, I take that back. I'm pretty sure the project is in Europe somewhere, and they got a plot of land next to a mountain where they could source all of the stone from. So they would actually go mine the stone, carve it into the blocks, and then build the castle using only medieval technology with like pulleys and all that kind of stuff. and they were building the castle. I thought that was a really cool thing. There's a YouTube video on that out there. So that Nova Roma thing sounds somewhat similar, but obviously to a much more massive scale if it's kind of what you're describing. Ugh, well, I'm tired. The chat is good, gentlemen. I'm enjoying the conversation a lot, but we're gonna have to pick it up next time. If it was Friday or Saturday, I would continue. I would go probably do some sand crabs or something. The A-bomb stopped structural monuments. I'm curious as to the deeper meaning behind that comment. What are you trying to get at with that? Is it more of like a philosophical comment? Like, you know, once we exploded the atom bomb, we ushered in a new era of mankind. One that doesn't build monuments. Or is it really just more pragmatic? What's the point of building monuments if it can just be blown up immediately by an apocalyptic weapon? I probably will not stream tomorrow, Muffin. Now that I have that ammo mold, I can start recording some episodes. So I need to record some RuneScape episodes and get them uploaded, and we'll see. I think I'm going to be pretty busy this weekend. I got to do a bunch of meal prepping and chores, and there's stuff I got to do, so I don't think I'll be streaming this weekend. Of course I say that, but I am addicted to the game, so chances are you might see me. Trying to think where I want to go from here in terms of the game. I got to go get those law runes, so that's definitely a priority, but my stats are actually looking pretty decent. I'm at 1221 total level. Got a nice palindrome there. Combat level 60. Very cool. All right, Howard, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. All right, I really am getting off now. See you guys. Thanks again for all the chats.